I am Vasily. I'm from Estonia. Nice to meet you
Oh, we
guys.
do, yeah. Okay. Often when we are at conferences, some of the people who are doing the introduction say, do I have to use a microphone? And if I'm the organizer, I usually say, yes, you have to use the microphone. But I think we should try because there's a lot of sound in this room. But if everyone has used their outside voice, as we say in Norway, and just tell us your name and the country which you are from and the organization, and that's good. And I will introduce myself just after we take it around. So and Marianne as well. So. Maria.
Hmm. Thank you.
Good, thank you. My name is Jonas. Thank you. Thank you. And please have Norwegian as well, or understand Norwegian. So she understands Norwegian. And Swedish.
We just
Great.
short
Thank you.
getting to know each other.
Finland and I'm nurse.
You're a nurse.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Reina from Finland and yes, you need to say something else?
Organization or
We come with Selina.
yeah. Okay. So Marina and listen now. Marina and
Paulina!
yeah, Marina and Paulina. We remember that.
I'm Paulina, I'm from Denmark and I try to enroll new university right now in Roskilde. Yes.
Good. Good.
My name is Marcus. I'm from Sweden, Malmö, and I'm the CEO for our youth center in the ground for it in Malmö, and I'm from International Women's Organization.
Good. Thank you.
My name is Fadil, I'm from Sweden, and I am here with Valkis from Mölnas Basement.
Mölnas Basement,
Yes.
which is a club or
Youth center.
youth center.
Disco.
Yeah, disco. Woo! Cool. Looking forward to tonight already. Thank you.
Alida from Young Ambassadors, Norway.
Young ambassadors. Thank you.
I'm Leo. I'm from Norway and I come from Jet Norway, the European Union.
Yes, thank you.
I'm Madeline, I'm from Norway, and I'm from Ambassadors and European.
Thank you.
My name is Lynn, and I'm also from Norway and from the Ambassadors and European.
Yeah, and there was a cough right when you said your name. So your name again was?
Vivian.
Vivian. Vivian. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Julia, originally from Romania but representing Sweden today, from the International Women Organization and Mölnas Basement.
Thank you.
My name is Harun, and I'm from Sweden, and I'm also from the Basement.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Georgie, and I'm from Norway, and I'm here from Young Ambassadors.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kevin. I'm also from Norway, and I'm part of the Ambassadors.
Wow. It's a nice group. Ivan.
Yes, my name is Ivan from Denmark. Advocay. Yeah.
Thank you. More new one, and we have here.
So, good morning everyone. I'm German, I'm from Tallinn, Estonia, and I'm representing the company called Peace Child Estonia.
Thank you. Vasily and
Hatem. My name is Hatem. I'm part of the Estonian delegation. By training, I am a former ambassador. I've been very closely working civil society, particularly the Association for Childcare in Estonia with Vasily.
And the country is Tunisia.
Yes.
Yes. So think about that. So many countries, so many backgrounds, and even different ages. So I think it's going to be a nice weekend here in Porsgrunn. Shall we just start, Vasily? Yeah? Marianne? Yes, I think we should we try to use this? Or we should, yeah, we have to. Yes, yes. No, there's nothing here yet. So, my name, as I said, or I don't remember if I said, my name is Morten, and I'm at, yeah, because I just wondered why it was so easy. Yeah, okay, good. So my name is Morten, and I'm the headmaster for this school, which you are visiting now, which is a conforming school for young children from the age of 4 months. So our youngest pupil are 4 months, and the oldest one is 71. But basically, most of the students here are between 6 years and 19 years. And I will tell you some more about the school during today or tomorrow when we have some time, and you will be able to see more of the school in one of the breaks. On the table, we just put and it's in Norwegian, but there are some pictures there, what we are doing, and you can see all the students. We had 200 students on stage at the same time, and that was rather extraordinary. So we will tell you more about this during today or tomorrow. And I'm so happy to introduce you, Marianne Eriksen, and you can tell us a bit more about what you do.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me, and I'm very happy to be here with this extraordinary guests. My name is Marianne. I'm the head of culture in this municipality. It means that my responsibility is cultural totally, but primary for the public services to the culture, as the cinema, as the culture house, the leisure centers. Yeah, I'll tell you some more about it. So I've been asked to do a little introduction together with Morten
Yes.
of the city of Porsgrunn. I heard some telling, someone has been here, someone has never been here, where are we? So I just made a little, you see the red dot? This is where you're sitting right now, in the culture school. So when you walk around in the city, you know, oh, up there. So that should be that the lake is that way. So as you can see, Porsgrunn is a middle-sized town in Norway, and you can walk the whole city about an hour. So if you just start at the end and you walk through it, you will get a great experience of what kind of town we is. Okay? And just ask during my representation. It's okay? Yes. It's always exciting with the technique. Yes. Yep, they were good. Yes, thank you. Okay, some facts. Now you see where you were sitting in this house. This is a part of Norway in the south, right? You have Denmark down below, and then Sweden in the east, and we are some east of no, west for Oslo. Yeah. Yes. Southwest of Oslo, yes. And we belong to the county of Telemark, which you can see in the red drawing there. And the region, Porsgrunn as a city, and our neighbor city Skien, and the other neighbor city Bamble, is called Grenland region. And it's one of the largest regions in Norway, if you put it together. And people who live here or come here, they don't know when, oh, I'm in Porsgrunn, now I'm in Skien. You can't tell, because there is one working area, one living area, kind of a region. Yes?
And
And it says 36,000 people, but we are 37,000 now.
37.
37.
And we hope to be more, so welcome back.
Yes, and bring some children. That's good.
Okay. Short history of Porsgrunn. We granted full city status in 1807, so it's not so far ago we celebrate our 200 years jubilee.
Yes.
And what made Porsgrunn a city is that we are situated through the river, by the river. So it was an important harbor through the 16th century, and there was a lot of shipping building here, and we have been doing trading with Europe and the world for 400 years. And that has also influenced the community of Porsgrunn, and had also, from the shipping, there came money and competence, and when the shipping was not so lucrative, good financial, they built industries. So that's the start of the city of Porsgrunn. Is some of the famous companies like Porsgrunn porcelain. You can see in the picture there. It's the plate and the cup with the straw drawings, which they still make here. So if you go down by the river and over the bridge to the other side, you can still experience living porcelain production. And we also have Hydro and Yara, famous world companies, which makes fertilizer, magnesium. We have also Norcem with cement, and they are now in world-leading carbon catching projects.
So what happened in this city was that 150 years ago, it was, as Marianne says, it was a lot of local industries. But when the big industry companies came here, people from all over Norway moved to Porsgrunn. So the families which live here now in Porsgrunn comes from all over Norway and Sweden and Denmark and Finland and basically all over the world, which is rather interesting for us as a multicultural city. And many of those people, they brought with them their instruments and their traditional songs. So for many years we have the biggest folk music environment in this industrial city, because they had to bring their Hardanger fiddle, the national fiddle here in Norway, which we think is very nice. Yes, next.
Yes. And now this industrial area you see is working with high-class, world-class competence in green technology, because that's the future. And I suppose that's something that you're also aware of. Okay, that was the short history of Porsgrunn. Now we go to the culture part. Yes. The most exciting always, right?
My favorite.
This is an example you see from below. It is the main town hall with the torg.
Yeah, the place in front, the place in front of the town hall.
In the theater festival, which happens now in the 6th of June. So if you stay, you can experience. And I tried to sum up some of the main signatures of the culture of Porsgrunn. And I did it like this, and I will get some pictures afterwards. Like Morten said, the cultural life is diverse because it characterized from impulses all over the world during, as I told you, the history and the people who came here. And also what recognizes us is a working class society, which founded also the culture. It's not the high class academic we're founded on, it's the work class. And the unions have been very strong here. So we're kind of rebellions in the culture, I would say, with the rock and the graffiti and free theater. Yeah, we have a big free theater group which has made their signatures in the city for 40 years. They don't play in the institutional theater, but they use the whole city. It means the grounds, the spaces between the houses, places where you've never been. You have never been to an opera in a backyard in a park. So they put art performances in other places to make us experience our city in new ways. Very exciting.
And it's really everywhere. So it's in the backyards, in the open places, even on the river. And during this Porsgrunn International Theatre Festival, which starts next week, all the people who live in Porsgrunn, they experience a lot of modern and contemporary art, both theatre and music and even dance.
Yeah. And they have a local route, but they cooperate with ensembles all over the world, in Cuba, in Spain, and they bring also their art to the city. Yeah, the cultural school, Morten will tell you about later, I think, but we have also art galleries, we have a lot of artists, we have our own literature festival with their own author, which was a feminist in the 60s, 70s, great voice. We have a very famous rock club, which has been organized and voluntarily work for 30 years. You should experience that as well, so you have to come back many times, you know. Yeah, of course, a big public library and a culture center, which is called Elvespeilet. We have music festivals, and we have what we call the Children's Day, which is a tradition in Porsgrunn from 1946, which happens tomorrow, so that you can experience. It's a parade through the city, where all the kindergartens get a theme that they shall dress up and go through the town. And all the incomes from this festival goes to charity. So that's also something we're very famous of.
We will see it tomorrow.
Yes. And we have sports events, and we have over 300 voluntary teams organization which organize leisure activities. Quite a lot for a city of 37,000 people. And we have a cinema, and we have art decoration through the city. If you notice when you walk around, there's a lot of porcelain. You can I have some pictures as well. Okay, and we have an art festival, and we have, what else do we have? We have a science center and some museums. Yeah, it should be something for everything. For everyone, I mean.
Yes.
You want to add something, Morten?
No,
it's
no.
Okay.
Let's just go on.
I think this is a wonderful picture. We who sit in this room, we know that culture affects both the city, our society, and individuals. And if you don't get moved by experience something like that, I think you lack something. We need to be excited, we need to be challenged, and that's what culture do. This is also from the theater festival. I think it was some years ago. I said something about that in Porsgrunn, the whole city is the stage. And this is just some examples of events that has been going on here. The one to the right, it is the Children's Day, which you will experience tomorrow. I think the theme that year also was Disney. As you can see, there are trolls. On the upper with the bridge, that was part of a festival, a theater festival called Stedsans. It's, how shall we translate? It's like feeling the place, kind of thing. Where they actually stopped the bridge, they lift the bridge, and there was a magnificent dance performance in the evening. In the middle, it's the Festival of the Culture School, which is happened here in the backyard. And to the left, it is the Jubilee of the Rock Club, 30 years, out in the street. Then they took the rock out of the basement. And I could have many more, just to give you an example. As I said, Porsgrunn had also, for many years, doing art decoration in the urban spaces. A lot of porcelain, also some other things, but this is some examples. The one to the right is an expression of Nora Gulbrandsen, who was a designer at the Porsgrunn Porcelain. So this you will find on the plate in her designs. And the one to the left is porcelain flowers, as a gift from Skien municipality to the Porsgrunn Jubileum in 2007. Okay. if you remember the first picture about the river, I just pointed out all the cultural arenas and actors. And as you can see, they influence a lot of the life in the center and in the city. We are now quite in the middle there, the red spots. And there is museums, and there is the free theater, there is the culture house. So you can see how it influenced the city and spiller sammen and play together with.
It's very dense.
Yeah.
So when you are in the center, it's not far to walk to the next cultural arena or activity. Yes. So we have 3 minutes left.
Yes.
Yes.
That will be okay. That will be okay. So this is the culture school to the right, and the culture house to the left for performances. The grey building, maybe you'll see it later. It's the public library, the cinema. We have also Youth Culture Center. Unfortunately, it burned down 2 months ago, so now we're looking for a new place. But we are going to rebuild the great place for the youth. I promise you. And also some, both architectural good buildings, but also with some good inside. It's the Science Center and Maritime Museum, just down at the end of the river. And we also have a new porcelain church, because that also burned down some years ago. But it gave us a new church. It's also made in porcelain. And we have an art gallery just next to the culture house. Just to give an example of the culture areas in our city. And I was also asked about, to tell about a little how we do work with the youth. And I had pointed some things that maybe not exclusively for Porsgrunn, but what we is opptatt av.
Yeah, we are occupied with
Engaging
young people and youth in all the different projects. So we have, you can see the list there. We have a student council, we have a youth city council, the youth council, which are going to meet tomorrow morning, some representatives from them. We have a political youth council, and they even, just sit on your chairs, they even are able to distribute public money. So it's not just a council that talks about things, but they have money to distribute. And we have youth representatives in the boards of every sports club, and all the different cultural activities around. We have a youth council in the cultural school, which starts now in September. And we use democracy and participation as a method of involvement. And I'm going to talk a bit more about it at the end of the day when we visit the town hall, about how the politics are organized concerning youth and young people. Yes, and there is some public requirements, because this is not only a thing we do because we think it's important, but the government and the different ministries sorry, they have decided, and the politicians from the national level have decided that this is very important in Norway, to involve young people in the different planning processes. Yes.
Yes. So we are very. It's important to us, the voice of the youth. You are the future. You are the you are the future artists. You are the future audience. You are the future citizens. So how you influence the city is quite important, and that has been important to Porsgrunn for many years, all the way from the Children's Day. So I think that was quite about it. One last picture, and the vision of Porsgrunn is Sammen om Porsgrunn, which translated is together about Porsgrunn. And it says something about that we can't achieve anything alone, but we have to do it together. So that should be my last word for the day.
So we have to do it together, like we did now.
Yes,
Marianne.
and as usual, do the rest of the day. Yeah. So I wish you good luck with the rest of the conference, and thank you for having me, and I look forward to see you again maybe, and good luck with your work.
Yeah. Thank you. Marianne said in the beginning that if there are some questions or something you want us to tell more about, so we have a minute if it's something that you want to comment or ask us about. Otherwise, it's early in the morning, so I will be here the whole conference. So, yes.
Thank you.
Sir.
I have a question Thank you very much. I have a question for Marianne. Is there a meaning to the name Porsgrunn?
Yes, it's the flower Pors, which also is in the kommunevåpen, the city emblem. Yes, and ground. Emblem. So it's the Porsgrunn. So it's where's the place where they discovered the Pors plants.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marianne, and thank you very much, Morten, for this very interesting introduction, which is hosting our meeting. So, my name is Vasil. I come from Estonia, one of the key representatives of the team who was organizing this project. You see maybe on the screen right now that the presentation I don't have, but I have just a few words for you about what is going to be happening, why you are here, and what we're going to be doing. So this is the initiative of the Nordic and Estonia partners, which includes Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, and Estonia. The project name was Youth Advocay Alliance, which presented with the international partners to the Nordic Culture Point, which was granted. And the main goal is to raise awareness across youth organizations, schools, etc., about the benefits of youth advocacy and the youth networking. So we was aiming to create a sustainable youth advocacy alliance, which will bring together young people, non-governmental organizations, institute schools, youth councils, and to share experiences and combat joint challenges faced by young people of today. It's important to talk together, as mentioned by Marina and Morten, and work together on that issues. I would like to also mention you that the aim of this conference, this is the last event of the program, but which I'll mention a little bit more about what we've been doing before, it's to explore the implementation of the children and youth participation strategies during the crises. As you know, currently we are in a crisis period. There's a migration crisis, the economical crisis, and etc. So which we could develop and present recommendations for the decision maker in the Nordic regions. And of course, to improve your skills and knowledge regarding the youth advocacy. So if you ask me what we've been doing before, there was a 5 steps activities. We started from the local workshops, which was providing the skills and knowledge for young people about youth advocacy. Do you know what does mean youth advocacy? Who knows? Raise your hands. Right. Youth advocacy. Okay, not so many, then we'll definitely discover. Maybe you just didn't look up still. So Youth Advocacy, it's the program which was developed to improve the knowledge and empower young people's will to protect their own interests, to protect their own rights in the different perspectives. For example, in the school, are you happy with the school life right now if you are at the school? Are you still in the school? Who is in the school or at the university? Yeah, so are you all happy with the current trends or is somehow, right? So there's always something to change. So that's the goal. So young people is empowered and to make some change. So we was asking our partners to conduct the local workshops to discover the needs and the challenges. Later on, we started with already the program for the young people. And we started from Estonia in February to conduct youth advocacy and leadership skills. So the social skills which we need to be a leader and to conduct own projects, activities. And after that we moved to Gothenburg. So we know that advocacy works not only at your community but also in local life. It could be any activities which improves community life. And we also discovered how you could work together with the city, which was represented by the Marianne from the Porsgrunn, for example. After that, we moved to Copenhagen in April, and we ran the training for young people on national and regional advocacy. So the second level of making your interest happen is national and regional. The national one, you have definitely National Youth Council, LNU in Norway, right? You maybe you know, or in Sweden, or Alliance in Finland, etc. So we was presenting the national agenda for young people, how they could work together with the institutions like governmental youth agencies and youth institutions who protects the interest of young people and empowers them to be real leaders. And the last training we've been conducting just recently in May, it was in Finland, the Youth Advocacy on EU and international level. So as you know, the young youth work, youth field, it's not only at your local level or in the state, but there is international collaboration which happens in EU. And one of the key stakeholders, organizations, which empowers and promote the interest of youth is the Jeunesse Forum in French, Forum of Youth, which is based in Brussels, and they are supporting young people ideas, they're promoting their rights, and they fight for the rights in European Commission when they work with the stakeholder and the governance. So, and of course, there is the upper level, it's the United Nations, and maybe you know, as Youth Ambassador program, for example, in Norway you have participate. There's another programs which at the United Nations level has. So each country has a young person represented at the ECOSOC forum. ECOSOC, it's the Social Economical Council of the United Nations, where each country has put one person who is in charge and present on behalf of all young people the ideas. So that's the 4 key trainings which we have conducted for young people. And now we are summarizing everything which has been said before. And also in a parallel, we've been developing very important tools. One of the tools is a webpage where you can find out all interesting materials, training manuals, guidelines, how to cooperate, what's the co-management it means, for example, and how to write your project and lead the project. Have you ever think about that, to lead some interesting idea at your community? Have you ever think about to change something in your school, to maybe have a better food quality at school, maybe improve the quality of water, etc., etc. There's a plenty of the questions where young people can raise their voice and make happening, right? So just you need to act. And of course, we've been concentrating in three main fields, which is youth capacity and civil society collaboration, youth and labor. That's very important. The young people will be protected and they have opportunity to find a job. And of course, youth and sustainability. The questions of climate change, the questions of your environmental protection, and etc. So now we are at the conference, and the main call of the conference to explore the implementation of children and youth participation strategies and present the recommendations. There is a special book, and the research was conducted to the Nordic Council, which I really hope that we will discover during these 2 days and present our view on this document and propose our ideas, because it's not the old people ideas, it's your people, your ideas which you will be presenting. And the key results, it's Youth Advocacy Toolkit, which we will present you later on, and plenty of different materials in different languages. So I'm really, on behalf of the partners and the young people who was participating in the previous events, wish you all fruitful discussions and very cooperative activities which you could see today. Thank you very much, and I'm passing the floor to our very great honored friend, Ambassador Hatim Atala.
Thank you very much, Vasily. Well, good morning to you all. Now that you have heard all the detailed information about the background of this initiative, which has been going on for a number of years, I would say. And also, we had the opportunity a little bit earlier to hear from Marianne Eriksson about the history and the cultural dimension of Porsgrunn. In fact, I think if you allow me to draw a conclusion from what she has presented to all of us, I draw the conviction that the size of a city does not limit its capacity or the capacity of its people for creativity and cultural dynamism. A city of 30 or 37 or 35,000 people still has a very dynamic cultural activity. And on your behalf, I would like to really extend a warm word of appreciation for the city, for welcoming us and opening its doors to us. We also heard from Morten, who I think has conveyed to us also his dynamism, his enthusiasm, his commitment, his engagement in the cultural dimension of the city. And I would like to share with you that last night we had a very good discussion on the cultural dimension of, or the various dimensions of cultural activity. And we decided that the time we had last night was too short, so we decided that today sometime we will take a moment to continue that discussion, that debate, and maybe we can come to more fruitful and more engaging conclusions. Vasily has given you the background of this initiative. Now what I would like to do is give you a little bit of the general framework of this whole idea. And I would like to remind you that on December 9, 2015, the United Nations Security Council adopted Resolution 2250, entitled Youth, Peace and Security, which urges member states of the United Nations to increase representation of youth in decision-making at all levels, local, regional, and national, and even international institutions. This resolution really gives, or is based on 5 pillars: protection, participation, prevention, partnerships, disengagement, and integration. Acting along these lines, we gather today in this conference under the theme, Youth is not a problem but a solution, with the aim to raise awareness among youth organizations of the Nordic and Baltic Sea region about the benefits of youth advocacy and youth advocacy networks. And in fact, the project aims at creating a sustainable Youth Advocacy Alliance network, which I reduced it to the acronym of YAN, that brings together youth, non-governmental youth organizations, and decision makers of the Nordic and Baltic Sea region to share experiences and face collectively common challenges young people face today in the region. You have come from Sweden, Finland, Denmark, Estonia, and of course Norway, to this city of Porsgrunn. And as I said, we're very, very appreciative of the fact that the city and the municipality has been an active partner in this endeavor. Now, through the various panels of the conference, you will hear from field experts on a large variety of issues on which we look forward to hearing your comments and ideas. Because, as Vasily was pointing out a little bit earlier, the proposals and recommendations that we will put together for decision makers must be yours in terms of vision, goals, and aspirations, as well as the strategic approach to reach them. In conclusion, I wish to recognize and thank on your behalf our international team of partners, as well as our sponsors, the Nordic Council of Ministers and the Nordic Culture Point, who have made this event possible. So with those few words, I wanted to wish you all a very fruitful, very successful discussions, meetings, and I really do look forward to your recommendations, to your comments about how you envisage the way forward and what you would like the decision makers of the Nordic and Baltic Sea region implement, because those will be the decisions that will have the major impact on your future lives. So we really wanted you to be active, to be participatory in this event, so we can produce a document that we will hand over and of course defend with the decision makers of the region. Thank you very much.
And now we move to our first panel discussion, which is entitled Youth Advocacy in Combating Common Challenges Faced by Young People. And one of the examples of them is the protection of the children's rights. I mean, children's rights is not only children like small age, but also children as until 26, and for some people even longer. So youth unemployment, bullying and discrimination, education questions, etc. So I'd like to poll on the panel and join us here. Christian Hansen, Copenhagen Business Academy, please. Let's support the guy. German Norris from Peace Child Estonia, which is over here. Balgis Katab from IKF. Rosa Amanda. Okay, she will come back in a minute. And Vivian. Yes, Vivian, you can take my place. Okay. So, we've been discussing previously with some of you a lot about challenges of young people. So we will do this way, that each of you will have about 10-15 minutes maximum to conduct his or her speech, on the questions which I just mentioned before. Feel free to open the new field if you want to. And later on, we will have questions from the panel, from myself, or from the audience. And also feel free, the online audience, if you want to have a question, just write it out for us. So we start from Denmark. Christian, the floor is yours.
Yes. Here. Did you receive my PowerPoint?
Yes. You just say when you need to.
All right. So yeah. So we have our about youth advocacy, empowering youth against discrimination and bullying. Next slide. So the topics I will go into is first of all I will introduce, and then the understanding of discrimination, promoting inclusivity, building resilience, encouraging bystander intervention, and finally my conclusion. So yeah, discrimination and bullying have a negative impact on young people. Youth advocacy is crucial in helping them address these issues and bring about positive change. By promoting inclusivity, resilience, and bystander intervention, we can equip young individuals with the tools to handle discrimination and bullying effectively. This presentation explores the importance of youth advocacy and provides practical strategies to combat these challenges. Next slide. So, understanding discrimination. Youth advocacy begins with educating young people about discrimination based on race, gender, sexual orientation, religion, and other factors. By raising awareness and fostering empathy, we can help them recognize injustice and support those affected. Encouraging open discussions and critical thinking builds a culture of respect and acceptance. Yes, so inclusivity is vital in youth advocacy, creating safe spaces where everyone feels welcome. That is the key. This involves implementing anti-bullying policies, organizing diversity workshops, and providing support system for victims. By supporting inclusivity, young advocates can challenge stereotypes, biases, and celebrate diversity. Resilience is essential for handling discrimination and bullying. Youth advocacy programs can help young people develop skills like assertiveness, emotional intelligence, and self-care practices. Through mentorship and peer support, they can learn to cope with adversity, manage emotions, and maintain a positive self-image. Bystander intervention is a powerful tool against discrimination and bullying. Youth advocates can inspire their peers to stand up against injustice and support victims. By teaching empathy, conflict resolution, and the importance of reporting incidents, young people become active allies in fighting discrimination. So, in conclusion, youth advocacy empowers young individuals to combat discrimination and bullying. By promoting inclusivity, resilience, and bystander intervention, we can create a more equitable and accepting society. Schools, families, and communities must support youth advocacy initiatives, providing resources and platforms for young voices to be heard. Together, we can inspire a compassionate and resilient generation that works towards eliminating discrimination and bullying, and this to create a better world for all. Thank you very much.
So I was going to talk about like Norway perspective. Yeah, right. Yeah. So in Norway, both children and youth rights are protected at like different levels. We have including through legislation, policies, and institutions. And we're also known for its strong commitment to children's rights. And we've also been ratified in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, which serves as a guiding framework for protecting and promoting children's rights. So to go in for an overview and the youth participation, Norway, we recognize the importance of involving young people in decision-making process. So therefore, we have like many youth councils, as I concern that every other countries also have. So we have in city councils, so on. And the Norwegian Youth Councils for the organizations is LNU, and it's an umbrella organization representing various youth organizations in the country. So they actively engage with the government and policymakers to ensure that the voices and perspectives of young people are considered in policy development and decision making. And so on with the education. So Norway provides accessible education for all children and youth, and education is free, and efforts are made to ensure equal opportunities and inclusive learning. And the Education Act promotes inclusive education, and our measures in place to address challenges such as bullying and discrimination. But however, despite these protections, challenges are existing, and there's always room for improvement. So one of the things are youth employment, because one of the major challenges is youth employment despite relatively low overall, and the other is bullying and discrimination, because the efforts are needed to raise awareness, foster inclusive school environments, and provide support mechanisms for those. Yeah, so I think that to improve youth advocacy and address these challenges are various to be considered. Such as like participation in local government, youth commissions, or running a working group, strengthening youth organizations, and youth political engagement. I think these perspectives are essential to engage young people directly in decision-making process and provide them with opportunities for meaningful participation and ensure that their voices are built and acted upon. So I think these are important keys to go along. Thank you.
Okay, I'm from the south of Sweden, so we always talk about the south, that we are near Denmark. So we work very much with Denmark. So I'm going to present myself, and I'm going to present what I'm doing with the youth and what the youth doing in Sweden. I'm from the youth center Mellan's Basement. It's a center, have been in Malmö. Everybody knows where Malmö is? Yes. Yes, and we had this youth center 10 years ago, so we had it today, and the youth center is of youth, from youth. There are youth workers, there are youth working. I'm the oldest one. I'm 30 years old, so you can see how young we are working in the youth center. We have the special with the youth center is that we have girls who's youth leaders, and now the boys. The girls was 6 years youth leaders, and then the boys came in and have been now youth leader. We have one here, Harun, and we have Fadil here who is with us today. And the thing we do is that we have educations, we have programs and courses for the youth, who they help them to do a mentorship program. We have entrepreneurship program on courses. The thing with the entrepreneurship program we have is to build a community, a network for the youth. The youth can handle the work and job in the city, because we have a problem in the city that people and youth don't have work and jobs. They're always at home playing games. Now it's the traditional playing games. They are sitting on social media all day. So we need them to come out, and that's the only thing we can do, is to have a mentorship program, that the older persons in the city help the youth to get out from the home and have a work and job and networking. So that's the thing. And from that, we have like bullying in schools, and the thing is that the mentorship helps the mentor, help the mentee to get out from the bullying, that they have some older person to talk to. That's the problem we have too, that I can see with the youth. They don't have older persons. Maybe they don't have parents. They don't have people in school to talk to. So we have this mentorship program to help them. And we have the entrepreneurship program, who's very, very good, because there are many people and youth who wants to be the own boss. You know, there are many people and youth, you can see that I'm not gonna apply for a job because I don't want a boss over me to say what I'm gonna do or not. So they want to be their own boss. So the entrepreneurship program we have, they help youth to get in this employment thing, to help them to know the rules in Sweden and how you can do your own company. So that's the thing who can help youth to be helping to get their own money, helping each other to get their own money. And the youth know about, Bitcoins? All the youth, yes, Bitcoins. It's a big deal in Sweden now. everyone to be like dealing with bitcoins. So we need to help them to know, is it right to go with that or not? But the thing is that the important thing is to have a job and work. So that's the thing we helping youth. And when you have a job and work, you have a network. So when you have a network, you have a life. So that's the thing we're helping youth to understand. So I think is the big deal in this work we do, is the networking. So any questions? Yes.
Did you say you were the CEO of this?
Yes, the ground and the CEO for the youth center. From 2014, we did this youth center with the youth because we was in the area. We are in the area. The name is Möllan. I don't know if somebody in Sweden knows Möllan, but Möllan is a multicultural place. There's a lot of drugs, a lot of criminals, and the youth they didn't had any place to be in the night. So the special with the youth center is that we open 5 afternoon to 5 in the morning. So this very special youth center, so we have built it like this. And we had a hard time with the local political persons because they didn't like it. Because it was risky to have a youth center at the night with youth who's running around all the time. But the thing is that we helped the local political to come to us at the night to see how we work. And they were so amazed about our work that we have this youth and they don't outside and doing dumb stuff. So yes, I'm the CEO on the ground and yes, we did it with the youth. So I have done it with the youth together, this youth center. Another question? No. Thank you.
Okay, hello, I'm Marina from Finland. I work in kindergarten, in daycare as a teacher, and just a few words about the situation in Finland. How is it important to us and how we start to support and give more time and just how is it important to us, and we started from the very childhood. So in Finland, in Finnish kindergartens, it's very important to make kids to participate. So when kids are young and they get support of teachers or they have maybe space, they trust to participate and they have opportunity to participate, and when they can see that, okay, I'm actually can do something, I actually can change something, I actually can give something, change the program, say that I'm interested in that, and adults or kindergarten's workers can use it, so and take it to the program, to kids' education. So actually, if kids start to do it in the very childhood, he trusts also to participate when he grows. So when kid become adult, he still can act, he still can do, because he got used to do it in the kindergarten. So the world is more open to this person when he gets young and adult. So that's how we do improve that in Finland, and it's very important to us. Yes, thank you so much.
So, we are talking about very debatable question, because we are talking about the advocacy in combating common challenges. And why it's hard, I will give you one short example. When we think the name of the conference, yours not as a problem but a solution, and we stick to that main point, and we can see that another little things like links, program, and it's also working with all problems. When we stick to a big problem, we can see these little details, which are more important in some details of it. And also when talking about bullying in schools, and to examine the problem is really hard, because let's be realistic, we can't get rid of the problem for 100%. Yes, but so we can do the programs that will give understanding why it's bad, why it's important to understand that things that bullying is one of the worst things in our schools, and it's really important because in our today's world is fastly, rapidly changing. And when talking about bullying and also in discrimination, culture and other points, it's really important that all of us can provide that opinion why it's important to understand that problem. And also, for me, as a youth, being in school is really a problem about education. It's a big problem nowadays, because in Estonia, so I think that you know in Estonia, we're all from the Nordic countries, and it's really hard because of government changing in languages teaching, that nowadays, from this year, all lessons should be in Estonian. And unfortunately, really unfortunately, we don't have too many teachers for that. That's a real another problem. And what should we do? Not to, oh, I'm fed up, just give up for it, and just pushing forward what we wanted to change. Also, the problem with medicine in school. I know that's a real problem, not only in 1-2 schools. It's like very important and wired problem. And what can we do? Yes, we can go for our director of school and say, oh, I don't have like ibuprofen, my stomach is feeling bad. But so, if we want to examine the problem on a highest level, we need to talk with the government or CSOs who can provide it, to give, not to be afraid of it, and also being active and motivated, because without motivation we can do anything.
Thank you very much. I have some questions. Some of them are directed to particular panelists. Some others are more of a general aspect, and they would be directed to everyone who wants to answer. Let me start with you, Christian. You spoke about inclusivity, the need to promote diversity, resilience, and all those very positive approaches. But have you ever considered that when you promote diversity, there are people who feel that diversity or differences is dangerous for their own identity or the identity of their or what they see as being the identity of their country? And if that is the case, how do you believe or how do you feel that this should be addressed? A general question to all the panelists, actually two of them. The first one is why or how can you explain that youth participation, for instance, in elections is very low or still quite low, maybe not in all the countries, but generally speaking, it is still low. Why? How can you explain that? And how do you believe you can remedy that? Then in all the 5 presentations we heard, there was, I mean, I did not hear anyone speak of the role or the responsibility of families when it comes to all the issues that we heard, whether it is bullying or it is creating more or giving children a more active role participating in the decision making, even at the level of the families. And also, I did not hear you speak of, all of you spoke of youth, training youth, giving skills to youth, but no one spoke of the necessity to, quote unquote, educate adults about the importance of youth participation. How can you lobby adults, whether they are decision makers, members of government, you know, officials in the society in general, in municipality, in other areas, about the importance that they should give more space to the participation of youth in the life of the community. So I don't want to be too long. I have others, but I think I'll stop here and let anyone who would like to maybe address any question except the one that I addressed to Christian.
Can I have it one more time? You talked a lot.
Sorry. My question. Yeah. Okay. The question was, where you spoke about inclusivity to promote diversity, basically. But my question is that, don't you feel that in a variety of cases, people feel that promoting diversity or accepting differences is dangerous or is a threat to what they perceive as being their own national identity? And how would you do that to address this?
Locally, well, in Denmark, I don't know of any problems with this, but I think personally diversity is good, and it can bring many more ideas and innovative ideas, very a lot in the artistic world too. Actually, I don't know. I don't see any problems in Denmark, actually. And if there was, we could use democracy. There shouldn't be someone to decide how a person should be.
Okay, thank you. Anyone who would like maybe to address the...
Yeah, so you mentioned how diversity could be a kind of a threat to national identity. And I think it's important that we make diversity a part of our national identity. And that's, I mean, that's the most democratic approach. Because when people feel that diversity threatens their national identity, I think that's just an expression of ignorance or prejudice. And so, for instance, if you expose youth to diversity from an early age, I don't see any problem with that. It's just sort of a construct that we perceive and we maybe feel as a threat because we're not used to it. But yeah, if diversity is part of our national identity, it shouldn't be a problem.
Thank you. And there's another questions. What?
Yeah, about the role of families.
Yes, about role of families. Please, do you have any comments about that? Yeah. Yes, German.
our studies that when we're talking about a family, it's like our tree and our parents and so on. And for a child, it's very important the first years of his life, from 1 to 3. And it's very important that the people in this age will be in but was critical thinking about his parents. And also, when it's started with family bullying, it's also combating with further. It's also forwarding. And it's really hard to change that problem rapidly, because in every country is difference, in every family is difference. And when talking about family, it's really hard, because family is also not for everyone. Our families, our friends. Yeah, that is true. But for whom that family and that is their are the friends, and they can to provide for the problem, and family also can be should think that family should help to buy a house for the interests, because there is one of the nearest persons who can to provide opinion of the child.
Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Did you have a question? Yes, you have a comment. Yes, I have a comment.
Yeah, then we ask question and then.
Hi again. I have a question about immigrants and a question about how children can really be integrated in local social life, in local community. If they are immigrants, they have another mentality, for example, or another point of view. And I know, for example, that children who move from another country. Oh, yeah, sorry. I know, for example, that if children come from another country to another, moved because of war or I don't know, different points. So. How they can really be integrated in social life, how they can find a common language, and how teachers or, I don't know, teachers in children garden can help youngs to be integrated and find common language.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, so as a teacher, I can answer to this question. Actually, when kids we get new kids in our group and they don't actually speak Finnish, they don't understand, or actually they can be just too small, so they cannot communicate by words, and they cannot understand, especially if we are talking different language. For example, we just got one kid from Nepal, and we have to speak Finnish to him, so there is some difficulties with understanding. So we use pictures. For example, if I'm talking to, okay, now we should go and have some food. We are going to eat now. So I'm showing the picture where is fork and knife or spoon, and another picture where boy is eating. So the kid can actually see the process and what I'm talking about. And when they're I'm talking about kindergarten, but it's young people. Okay, I think this could be work also with young people, because it's very nice way to learn language as well, because you can hear what other are talking about, and at the same time you can see the picture, so you can visualization is working, and and you hear at the same time, so it works like this.
Any other comments? Maybe Balki is because you special.
Yeah, about this question, I was thinking about this question. I don't know which question I have to
You
answer.
answer
Yeah, so many questions.
No, you answer anyone you want.
Yes. I want to talk about the adults. Is that we have courses for mothers who don't know the rules in Sweden. There are many people who's coming to the city Malmö from other countries who don't know anything about how Sweden works in general, so that we have courses for them to help their children in school. So this is a very important course we have in the International Women's Organization. That's the one of the things we do. And then I talked about the mentorship of helping the adults to understand the youth and what the youth want in life. We have the courses, so we're just not matching the mentor with the mentee. It's like we have courses for the mentors for a whole year to understand, and they understand their own, not just our youth, they understand their own youth at home and kids. So we help them with all the courses there. That's the concrete. Yes. Thanks. Someone else?
Hello. I also wanted to talk about the adults and their role, how youth can be a part of society. So I have a quite large view. I have a son in kindergarten and in primary school. I'm teaching in a vocational school, and I'm participating our municipal politics. So I think all of these views, and I think that the adults are the key to young people to participate, because if we don't accept them to participate and want them to come and give their opinion, so they can't do that, because the society is ruled by us adults. We are telling them what to do. So, for example, our goal in our school, in our student council, is to get our students to the, for example, to go to the principals meeting, to tell them what they would, or how they would like to change our school and things there. And I think that in our school, my job is to help the young people to make difference and to help them to go to talk to the principals and other leaders, so they can make a change, because they can't do by themselves. If they try by themselves and go like, we want new couches to the hall, and then the adults say that no, you're going to jump on them or draw on them or spill your Coke on them, so we can't do that. So we have to help them to bring up their opinions and to make a basic to what they want to change. So
what you just said is very, very important, but a sort of continued question to that is, how do adults react? You said that you help young people, youth, children, to express their opinions, to go and give their ideas, but do adults accept that?
Not always, and they're like, okay, our task is to give to education, and the young people don't need to feel comfortable and happy in the school, they just have to learn. So we have to work, and also we have to like find the points from law that says that students have to participate in school, and the school leaders have to listen to them, because that's said in in the law in Finland. So we have to take them to participate everything. So we just have to help the principals to remember what is said in the law and how it should be done.
I just want a comment with that. I want to say that you said that the adults maybe don't listen. It's right, but the thing is that we have to teach the youth to speak up. That we have like a project that we need to teach them too. That's the thing we do all the time with the youth, that they need to speak up, and we have like courses and programs to know the rules. The first thing is to educate the youth what the rules are, and you have to go to this local political or whatever and talk with them, but you have to be an adult to take that responsibility to teach the youth, take them and go with them, maybe the first time, the other time, the third time, and then they're gonna go with themselves. So this is the thing we do, is like educate them to stand for themselves. So that's the thing we do at first, and then we go with the adults and teach them to listen. So it's the both way. So I just want to do a comment there, but yeah.
Yes, you said it very clearly.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. And and when you said that you invited your local politicians to visit your center, youth center, so that's a very good way to teach the adults. They can come and see the young people and what they do, and then they understand better that they're not only making harm, but they really are making really sensible, reasonable things, very clever things.
I have a question, for example, for teenagers in middle school or high school. You know, middle school, when teenagers only build their personality inside, and for example, if there are different nationalities studying together, they have different religions, different sexual orientation, or I don't know, different points of view, and so often they have like little arguments inside the class. For example, when different nationalities study together, they have different mentality and stuff like this. How you can stop bullying inside middle school or high school with different nationalities? For example, European gymnasium or stuff like this.
I just wanted to add the importance of the family, because we were reaching this point. In our organization, we put a big role on the mothers as being the factors of change. And we are educating them through all the programs, from learning the language until navigating the society and doing the inclusion programs. Another point that we reached here is about identities and reshaping identities, and the threat for the main population, where the migrant people arrive, for the example, but there is the other side as well, the threatening of the identity of being assimilated into the society that you arrived. So I think the big work is mutual, and we would need to redefine the concept of diversity. And maybe through this redefining, we can help the both sides to come to an agreement.
Yes, it's just a wide question. Hatham, you talked about parents, that they should play an important role of the kids. And my question is, or like a comment about, some parents don't have the skills, the time or the knowledge how to take care of those problems that they maybe have with their kids. So what opportunities do they have if they don't have the skills needed or time needed or experience with that? What should they do in this case? Yes, what opportunities do the parents have? Should they go somewhere? Should they seek help? Should the school provide something for the parents, or should there be some social events or like something like this? Yeah.
I don't have any good answer to you, but I've noticed that it's a big problem because some parents, they have like a, I don't know, bad attitude towards the society. They think that the school is bad thing, the society is bad thing, the politicians are only making harm to us. So it's very hard to change. And this is not only like immigrants, it's also in Finland, for example, our people that have been living there like decades. And it's very hard to change because the attitude, it's not only about knowledge. They might know, they might be educated, but the attitude is bad. So they don't, for example, want to cooperate with the school about the issues that are concerning their kids because they think that all the authorities are bad. It's a very hard problem.
Thank you. And last question or comment? You have.
You said now you made the comment about some sort of mistrust. Is this the reason why youth is not voting? Because I really wanted to have that answer to my question.
Not having many youth at the voting events, I think, yes, mistrust in the authorities, not having the information and not being interested by having the electoral information. Because they don't feel their vote is so important as the authorities anyway. They're going to do whatever they have to do, and it's their agenda. So that should be the statement of our event after we finish these two days, to encourage the participation of youth for being involved in the political life.
Thank you. And really last question, you have.
It's more of a comment about youth voting. I think for many youth, it's not just actually going and voting. Like it's just knowing what to vote for. It's also hard because in school we, yes, I mean we learn about the different political parties, but we never really practice democracy. We just learn about it. And so I think having another medium like youth organizations is a good way to learn about how you can actually create impact. And I don't think it just has to be like youth political parties. I don't think all youth have to be politically engaged. I think that's stupid. I think youth should be able to do what they want on their free time. But I think just the learning that you can change something, whether it is in a sports club or in a kulturskolen, like we're here, playing music or something, helps with just participation in democracy itself. But again, not knowing what to vote for is also a big thing. So I think learning about maybe more civics in school could also help.
Yeah, I totally agree. And here in Norway now, we have like new learning tools that are about the democracy and voting, and to get to know about more civic engagement. And I think that's an opportunity the school also need to take care of, because it's so important that you get to know about the other parties and go to vote. So I totally agree with you.
Really last comment.
So it also comment like next remark and also question. So if we educate, advocating and lobbying youth, how we can make sure that our politicians count with us? How you feel it? Who feels that politicians are count with us? Raise your hands. So.
See, something's very special about this world political. I didn't trust them at all, but we did a very good job for this last 10 years. Youth can maybe say something about that. You can hear about what we did, but in 10 years we have just take the time and talk to this political, local political. That's why I talked about in where were we last time in Estonia. I was talking about it, that we talked to the local politics in 10 years. It took us 10 years to be trust and trust them. So it's a job, it's a work to do, and it's always to invite them and be on them and knock the door and say what you want. We have done that. So I can from my perspective and our youth perspective, I can talk that we had a result right now. That they are trusting us, we are trusting them, we are voting, all of our youth is voting, we go to democracy, camping and talk, and the political are there. But it's 10 years of job every day. So that's the thing I have to say too.
And I would also add to say that there are several ways of getting politicians to become interested in what you're doing. If I may use the term tricks, there are a lot of tricks. One of them is make them feel that there is something good for them in what you are advocating, in what you are trying to push forward. Two, make sure that you do not limit and corner yourself in issues that deal 100% with your local issue or your just group issue. That whatever you are talking about interests the full community. And three, you know that politicians are not interested in the long term. They want to have something now, today, so they can boast about it in elections, so they can get re-elected. That's what I prefer. So make sure that whatever you're doing is good for their election prospects. And then you become one of their favorite, preferred, if I might use the term, arms in whatever work they do. So, you knock on the door, sometimes they don't open it. So you have to find a key to open it yourself and get in. So that's, some of the tools that you can use to get closer to the politicians and make sure that they understand that you are not against them. You are basically helping them. And I think most of the cases, particularly as you get closer to elections, if they get that feeling, they will be the ones calling you. You will not have to knock on their door. They will be knocking on your door. Yeah, That's the way. Yeah.
Because I just want to say that all because they like it, they like us because all the youth is voting now.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the thing we have right now.
Okay, thank you very much for this discussion. Please applaudissements for our panelists. And now we have a 10 minutes break. Please join coffee.
And you have been so polite and so good in just sitting and listening and also participating in this debate and wonderful panel we have. So a short break. There is fruit, bananas, apples and pears and grapes, and there is coffee and tea and some water. And please go outside because the weather is nice and you can sit in the park and have some fresh air. And
Oh, back. Welcome to the second panel discussion, guys. But before that, I would like to ask you a favor, and Ivan will distribute a yellow notes. Will distribute to each of you, and it's a personal assignment. I should speak louder. It's a personal assignment, so you will just reply on one question, and it's easy question. Don't think about it so long. Already? So the question once. Ingrid, помоги. The question looks fine this way. Please mark 3 points. Please mark 3 points that currently young people are facing right now. Main challenges for them in the field of education, in the field of work, in the field of leisure time. Please mark 3 main challenges, problems that young people in your country or your commune are facing right now. It could be anything. I just give you an example, like an educational field. It could be work. It could be leisure time. It could be family questions. It could be discrimination at school. Major 3 challenges. Okay? And try to be specific.
It's okay.
Yes, I'll take my time. You are free. Thank you very much. Let's go. We will summarize as usual. This is great table. Yeah. Николя, присаживайся туда, на Машу место. На Машу место. На Машу место присаживайся. На Машу место. Просто присядь на Машу место. Это место заражено. Сейчас ты можешь просто на дискуссию там прийти? Ну да.
Кстати, микрофон, есть выход?
Понимаю, мне тот микрофон, потому что этот вообще не слышит. Мне кажется, это вообще не
прокрутил там, но все равно.
Ну, он очень слышно. Я даже громко говорю, он не работает.
Ну, слушай, там один микрофон включен в микрофон, выходит, это нормально. Другой минус 20.
Да, пожалуйста. Поставьте стулья, пожалуйста. Вот, отлично. Сейчас скажу. Ингрид, Лео, Иван, Харон и Томас. 2, 4, 5. Со мной 6 стульев должно быть. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Туда еще 2 стула. So when you put the theme, when you put the problem, put just some short description about that, so that I could understand the content. Because the content is also important. The problem and a little bit content, because each country is different. From Estonia it's one problem, but from Sweden and the Swedish content and the conditions completely different. So if just a little bit. Thank you. We still have 2 minutes for that. Супер. Солнце. Сейчас Ингрид сюда сядет, а ты на место его туда. Или Ваню, потому что я все сюда позову. That's me. It's not me. эти все постеры, знаешь, и наклеи на какую-нибудь стену, вон теперь сюда, на деревяшке. Да, или вон туда, на деревяшке. Да, супер, да, стена лучше. Ваня на фигню эту повесить на его, на его плечики. Yes, and please stick the note over there. When you're ready, please stick the note on this wall, please. Yeah. And then we could start with our panel discussion. Напиши, кстати, тоже, Гер. Три основных вызова, проблемы, которые на сегодняшний момент ты видишь у себя в стране. Может, даже 2 штуки. Ваня? Ваня, ты все? Ингрид? Ваня? So, we would like to start with our second panel, and I'm pleased to welcome our friends Ingrid Rautsep, Leo Kober from Europeisk Ungdom, Ivan Vasilevsky from Folkevika, Haron Timoyaro from IKF, and Thomas Auvinen. Thomas, you can sit with Maria. Okay? Good? Good. No worries. Okay, good. So, the second panel discussion team is young people and vulnerable groups in decision-making process, mapping the barriers and opportunities to achieve inclusive society. So we will go the same way as the previous one. Each of the panelists has up to 7 minutes to speak about, share their opinion, vision, or thoughts about the team. And later on, the moderator is me, and the audience could ask you the questions or comment on that. And I give the floor to Leo.
Thank you very much. I am a bit sick, so I hope you can all forgive that. But for answering the question and talking about the topic of youth peoples and vulnerable groups in the decision-making process, I decided to just start looking at our own organization, Jeff Norway, because we obviously wish for a new referendum on EU membership, and that is for the fact that youth and other people must be heard in deciding Norway's and the EU's future. There is a European election next year, and so to everyone who's here with the EU citizenship, I really hope you use that opportunity to advocate for whatever issues are important for you. And that really emphasizes my point that if democracy stops at national borders, then advocacy for any group can only go so far. Because after all, our national borders are really only arbitrary lines that separates us, and that democracy and advocacy is always stronger when it doesn't stop at these national borders and it doesn't stop at the national levels. And we get a much more inclusive international society where we are able to mingle and mix as well we are doing in this conference. And there are many issues, especially those important for young people, that require international democracy, advocacy, inclusivity and such. For example, the climate crisis. We won't do anything with that if we just look inwards at our own countries. The ongoing war in Ukraine, the fight for LGBTQ rights, into the fight for just human rights and democracy in general. So really, that would probably be my main point, just creating a more international friendly society. But I can also talk about the situation in Norway. In Norway, we have many young people engaged in youth politics. That could be in political parties, that could be in political organizations that work for a specific issue. I myself are engaged in both Jeff Norway and party politics. My view is that youth politics are very much open to vulnerable groups, to disabled people, LGBTQ, and such, and really is a driving factor in working for a more inclusive society. What I really like about the Norwegian, what should I say, youth sector is that we often have our own page on many newspapers and such, so that there is an active youth debate where youth debate against youth, so that we actually hear young people's voices. And I find that those parts of newspapers are actually really taken seriously by older people. I have gotten comments from people that have read what I have written in Side, one of these areas for youth debate in Aftenposten, one of Norway's biggest newspapers, and have said that they really agreed with me and such. So people actually read and they actually listen, and it's a very important place to facilitate these very important debates in Norway. But I also want to talk about some of the challenges in Norway. And unfortunately, the first thing that came to my mind was the terror attack against Pride in 2022, last year, and that aftermath. Because, I mean, it's especially important to talk about with Pride Month again being now, or starting now. But last year there was a terror attack in Oslo on the night of the on the Pride Parade. 2 people were killed, and the police were cautious and asked people to be careful of going in these open parades for fear of other attacks. And unfortunately, this year, that Pride attack last year has unfortunately empowered these groups that have LGBTQ and Pride as a hate object. Just a couple days ago, I believe it was yesterday, we heard that Save the Children's Pride that, yeah, well, I don't know if it was a parade or event in Bergen, was cancelled because of threats of violence against the event. So now we know that it was moved indoors and downscaled and everything, but just the fact that this terror attack last year has empowered something that we really don't want is very unfortunate. But it's something that we need to work about, and is something that we need to overcome, because it cannot be like this, that Pride events are under threat of violence and have to be cancelled every time they are organized, because Pride is very important for empowering young people and is a vulnerable group. So I think that are my main points, talking points, and I'm open to questions and such, but thank you.
Thank you very much. Harun, please.
Hello, my name is Harun and I'm from Malmö. And youth, people and vulnerable groups, it's a broad category, but if I'm going to talk about my personal experience and the work I do in Möllan's basement, we work a lot with the youth that are very astray from their path. They don't know what to do in their life, if it's education or if it's work. So me personally, after school, I was lost, didn't know what to do. It felt like I didn't got the help I needed from the school. So I met Balkis, and after that I was I joined Milan's Basement. I saw that there's a possibility here to become whatever I want. So yeah, thank you.
In my country, I'm from Estonia, it is a little bit difficult to integrate youth and vulnerable groups in decision-making process. I can say that in my university we have organization which represents students, students' opinion, and a group of this talking from whole university. And I was in one discussion, one of the last discussion in this year, and they talked about how make life at university more sustainable, some studying questions, and we have there people with different cultural background and different kind of people also. And they was turned to speak from one girl from, I think he was from Georgia, and he started to speak, he was so excited and he started to speak his language, but others said, stop please, we can't understand you, and she started to talk English because he just studying Estonian and could not explain herself as much as possible, but he started to speak English, and as I understand, he couldn't say all what he need because of these language differences. And also, in my hometown, there are many organizations which can help youth and vulnerable groups to integrate in society, and helps to make them heard on political decisions. We have Vita Team organization, and some of my friends are there, and they said that they can discuss all interesting things in their room, but when it comes time to speak with city government or some important people, there are also a little bit problem with language, because they need that youth speaks in Estonian, and not all youth know this language well to explain yourself. And okay, they speak with some government persons, and it's nothing to changes exactly. They said, yes, we think about it, we discuss it, and nothing. So it's a little bit hard here for youth to do something from his own town.
So my name is Ivan, I'm from Denmark, and I will talk about Denmark, how they do it, and which problems and which good things that we have in Denmark. So about the vulnerable groups, there are many tools and opportunities for all vulnerable groups to feel welcome, but the only issue is that they are not incorporated the right way, that when the young people need these tools, they feel excluded, because they feel that they seems different, they ask for help. And that's one of the biggest problems, that the tools are there in the schools, in the universities, in the jobs, and everywhere. But it's like you get a stamp that you're using these tools. That it's very sad, because and a lot of people who actually need the tools are not taking the the tools that they're given because of they're afraid that to be stamped on like they're like these people. And also that I think it's important to how we could get vulnerable groups in decision-making decision-making process is in Denmark we have a lot of politics and many youngsters also joining the politics, and we have a lot of vulnerable group representing in the politic system. We have some born with a handicap, we have some from LGBTQ society, we have many different, and they're all welcome. And I think it's important to show the people that the politicals are also different. They're not just people who look normal, but we also have some vulnerable groups inside the politics. And I think it's also one thing that example is like lead by example, is to show some example of successful inclusions initiatives, some projects there's been good results in, showcase projects where youth people and vulnerable groups actively participated in the decision-making process, highlight positive outcomes and impacts. I think it's very important to show the people that there is something going on, this is very good results, and you're always welcome to join, and don't be afraid of taking the opportunity that society is giving you. So thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. And last not least, Thomas from Finland.
Oh. Yes, thank you, Vasil. Yes, my name is Thomas. Hello, everyone. I'm from Finland. I'm a bit nervous, first of all. I don't usually speak in front of people, but I'll try to make a coherent speech nonetheless. So I don't have a really prepared speech, like per se, but to say the least, the discrimination and other things in Finland, we do always aim to reduce it and help anyone with other problems too, like marginalized groups and those who need help in any kind of way. Government, they are willing to help, of course, if you're in trouble in any way. Our social networks, they are very, how do you say it, big, you know. They help families with different kind of problems, be it like money problems, health problems. I myself, I had an alcoholic parent who made it so that I needed to get help from social networks, and they did a good job, and they still do work with me to this day, and I'm very happy about that system. Sorry if I'm getting a bit red, I can feel it. Yes. Our schools, they provide sorry, Vasil? Okay. Yeah. They provide a lot of help with psychological problems. We have psychologists who you can talk with if you have anything on your chest. Our nurses, they can help you with many different problems if needed. Our student council, which I am part of, they will promote inclusivity so that many people from different backgrounds can participate. And we organize many events that anyone in the school can participate in. And well, sorry if I'm just well, I'm trying to think of something. Sorry, events. Events, yeah. Sorry, there's a question. Do you have psychologists in Finnish high school? I believe we do. I'm not exactly sure in Finnish terms what high school like exactly is. I believe it's like 7th to 9th grade, maybe. I'm thinking the last part of the people's basic education. Oh yes, that's the one. It's like 16 to 18. Yeah, basically. We do have a psychologist, yes, and you can talk with them if you need. And concerning those events I talked about that the school council can arrange, usually maybe like during holidays, like Easter and Christmas, we organize different kinds of like events which usually involve the whole school that you can participate in. Like in Christmas, I'm trying to remember what we did actually. Well, we played music, for instance, during the school. It was very fun. People could like dance if they wanted to and listen to it, and they could make Christmas cards if they wanted to. We provided them with materials, and it was very fun. And it's like it's fun to like have these events. It is very like therapeutic in a way. Also, if you are having a hard time, you can have some fun and just relax. Nothing else to add, really. I'm done. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Thomas. That's a very good speech. Okay, so we have discussed with you a lot of barriers. We have seen a lot of barriers, as was mentioned. I have put a lot of notes on myself, and we could start our discussion. And I'm turning to Leo. So can we pass the mic? If it works. Okay, Leo. So could you briefly just give an example how in Norway young people with special needs or any other needs are integrated or socialized, that they could be to be heard and taken into account? One example, we talk about study trip. Does the school or society provide active participation for these young people? For example, that I have heard, like there are buses for people with special need provided. Is like is there any deaf are engaged, and there is support for the translation, etc. So who could you just give an examples? And if it's not that, what's the challenge? What's the problem, and how we could solve this problem from your perspective? Thank you.
Yeah, I can try at least. I mean, I can't speak for anyone else, and I can speak for someone who has special needs and their experiences, but I can try to give a broader Norwegian perspective. We in our school we have we have 3 classes, one in each grade that is an integrated class with students with all different kinds of needs, and we also have, I believe, in Norway we have a system where people with special needs, especially in schools and education and such, have people who follow them around and help them with their basic needs and such. A translator, if that is required, either a language translator or like sign language and such. So from my perspective, people with special needs are at least tried to be integrated, but I believe someone with special needs would probably give a different perspective of the challenges, especially as I don't really live that life and can't give that that negative perspective. But I feel like Norwegians and broader society do pay attention and try to see at least.
Okay, Haran, thank you very much. Haran, the question is for you. So when you see on the street young people, Haran, for your question, for you. When you see young people having fun, engaged or not engaged on the streets, how you could support those who are still excluded by some reason, whether it's discrimination or it's prejudices, how you could support them? Do you engage them in youth centers? Do you collaborate with youth workers? So what is your recipe? How you will support people?
What we do is we have programs in competition, because last year in Sweden we had election in September, and we went to youth camps with politicians. They came and they had workshops that we could personally talk to, because it feels like in social media or in debates, the only thing the politician is talking about is problems with elderly people, like retirement money and things like that. And I think the youth probably feels like they are like not included. So that's maybe a reason youth don't vote that much. But in Melan's basement, we have Lamis or Balkis. She had the network with the politicians. So the politician comes to us and we talk to them. We can talk to our personal problems, what we have, what we think, and they listen. So we have in Melan's basement, we have open, so the youth can come if they don't have anything else to do, so they can come. And what we leaders do is talk to them. What are your plans for the future? And if they have plans, we can help them guide in right programs that we have, and we can invite them. Yeah.
Thank you, Haron. Right, Ingrid, you have mentioned that you have a lot of youth organizations and youth workers in your city, Norway. So my question is for you that how do they cooperate with young people practically? To Ingrid, yeah. How they cooperate practically? Do they cooperate with city? Do they cooperate between themselves? And what the young people really think about engagement of young people with special needs? Because so far, as I personally know, there's a lot of problems with providing facilities for the people with special needs, like wheelchairs, the lifts, accessibility, even the translators for deaf or people. It's very important to organize. So what, from your perspective as a student in Tartu, for example, does young people with special needs are very welcomed? What is your perspective?
Okay. In Tartu, we have much more opportunities for this kind of people, and there are also some organizations which make some trainings with psychologists or social workers, and they cooperate with some international companies which can help with these wheelchairs or medicaments or like this kind of. And you questioned about how it is in Narva. And I think in some way, yes, they are engaged, but not totally. They have some projects at schools, for example, when in one school, I know personally that they have some classes for children with special needs or with some mental problems or behavior problems, and they studied for special programs. They have more practical way of studying, and for example, in math, they don't talk a lot about some graphics or geometrical features, but how to calculate budget for month or what to do this with salary. And it's more practical knowledges than other program for other normal children, and it helps to make them more prepared for future life than other, like normal.
Thank you. You mentioned very important point that the classes at school supposed to be inclusive education. That means that young people from different backgrounds are teaching together and supporting each other wherever the needs are. And so basically you include and you support the child or young person with those needs to be fully member of the society. That doesn't feel quite terrible feelings like be excluded or you are something other. So Ivan, you mentioned very important things like providing the tools, as I mentioned also in the previous question, to provide the tools like wheelchairs, adequate equipment, support, etc., psychological support, etc. It's very important in the right time and the right way, right? Because every person is special. They have special approach to be done. So, and from your point, should we work more to fight with the prejudice and stereotypes in our country, in your country?
I think definitely that we should work with stereotypes and empowering youngsters and breaking the stereotypes, because a lot of these tools and the opportunities that is given by in Denmark are very stereotypical for some, and can be create a stereotype of vulnerable groups that that should not exist, because this is the tools that help them move on and stay at the same level as we are, and that should not be a stereotype at all. So definitely I think that we should break the stereotypes, and also I think that we should empower young people to break them, and also that the young people should not look at these stereotypes, and they should see them as an opportunity to join the society and stay at the same level.
Thank you. Thomas, question for you. So you very important mentioned the things, social networking. It's important to have a lot of new other friends which could support you in difficult time, whether it's just depression or bad time for you or anything else. So from your perspective, how we could improve young people participation? Because sometimes we have a lot of opportunities, but we are not really engaging or interested to be part of this event. So how we could make the event more interesting? So from your perspective, what could be some recipe that young people with different needs could be participating from your point of view?
Is this on? Yes. That's a very interesting question. Well, different kinds of people, of course, are drawn to different things, so it's hard to say exactly what draws, young people to these kind of events. Maybe bringing out the fact that everyone should be included. That's definitely the most important aspect. You should have something that interests people. Of course, people aren't going to show up if they are not interested. I'm not exactly sure what interests like young people generally. Maybe I like music myself, so that's one way to draw people out. I don't know, live events, having someone there sing on the stage, something like that. Just promoting that everyone should work together and stuff like that. I'm not very good at speaking. I did my best.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for all speakers. I closed the session with asking from moderator. Now we turn to the audience. Yeah, their audience, please feel free to ask any questions or comment. Yes, Julia. Maria, could you pass the mic, please?
Thank you so much to all the panelists and your presentations. And now we are talking about inclusion process and vulnerabilities. And if we want to fight stereotypes, I think we can start with ourselves and change the speech from people with disabilities or people with special needs into people with different vulnerabilities. And we all have vulnerabilities. Otherwise, we risked to go in the trap of superiority complex and speaking about the others. If we want to be inclusive, we can speak about vulnerabilities, not special needs or vulnerable groups.
Thank you. To continue along the same line, I believe it is very important in the work that you all do, particularly that you're dealing with people with, as they have been termed, with special needs. The objective is to include them, to make them part of society, in a word, to make them full-fledged citizens. So at what point or how do you decide that they have acquired enough skills so they can go on their own? Because there is a point or a line that if you cross it, then you create, instead of a person with special needs, you create dependency. That person becomes totally dependent on support, on whoever is helping him or her. So at what point do you feel, or how can you judge that the person now has acquired enough confidence, trust in his or her own capacity, has acquired the necessary tools that they can go on their own? And then they can become just citizens like others.
Yeah, I can try to answer that last one. According to my own opinion, I think that one can be a fully fledged citizen even if you are in need of some support from another person. But although I do believe that, of course, independence for everyone should be the main goal, and making people be able to live independent lives as people in a democracy, being able to both stand up for yourself and stand up for others, that should be an ideal. But there are also people that probably will need support sometimes for the rest of their lives, and including them including them, I believe, is very important, and making clear that even if you need support, that you're still able to be included at the same capacity as anyone else, that you are a fully fledged citizen, even if you are in need of a personal assistant at all times, because for some people that is the reality.
I think also that it's important that we separate that yes, as you say, that some people are still gonna need some help all the time, but I think it's important measurement is when you feel included in the society at the same level as everybody else around you. That's when you become free citizens and become, even if you still get some help, but you still feel safe and relaxed in the environment that you are in. So I think that's one of the parameters that we should maybe some of the parameters that are at the goal, so that you feel included in the society that you're surrounding you, even if you still get help from somebody.
Anyone? Yes, please, Nikolai.
Dear colleagues, thank you. Just wanted that the topic of the stereotypes is one of my preferable. That's why I want to say about including of the young people in the society and creating an inclusive society. we have to analyze it and to see it within the certain historical and maybe social economic conditions, because every generation is rising in special conditions, and to develop, to promote it, we need we are dependent of some kind of stereotypes, stable fixed images and buildings, and that's why after the achieving a new level of development, a new level of understanding, a new generation is already starts its experience in these new conditions. This usually creates differences and even conflicts and crises between the generations. That's why really I agree with my colleague, Mr. Ambassador, that we need to collaborate, to discuss between generations, to understand each other, and not just to fight, but to find the points of cooperation, of common understanding, to develop, to contribute in developing the society. Thank you.
Thank you. It's really a very important topic, and I'm happy that we discuss about like school, about families, about like society. But some of us, we represent that non-government organization. And what you feel, it's a government organization also we need to be part of that and get more discussion about these subjects. Or maybe you know a good example about non-government organization who help for youngsters.
In Norway, we have an organization called Forbund for Funksjonshemmede, which translated it's like organization for people with disabilities. And so if you're in an NGO and you want to include or figure out what you can do in favor of people with disabilities, I would say just ask one of these organizations. They have the answers, and they know from personal experience where their problems are, and they have agendas that they push for. They care about social welfare from the state. They have social issues that they talk about. And so I see no reason why not just talk to them directly. They're engaged and they want to change stuff, and they have the personal experience. I don't know if you have anything similar in Sweden or Finland or Denmark.
Yes, we have a lot of organizations who is working with these kind of groups, and I think it's important that we don't just discuss, as Maria said, that we not just discuss every time, but we are making a plan, talking with the organization. If there's some problem, they probably have solution for that, and have experience a lot in that field. So I think it's important to join together and figure out some of the problems that there are, not just discussing them all the time, because this is not gonna go anywhere further than discussion.
Well, just to summarize some things and give you a practical example, for example, in terms of Estonia. Our organization is quite old. We are 35 years working with the children and young people. And 5 years ago, we just simply understood that we need to implement a new program for people with special needs and include them fully as full members of the society in all the activities. That we have even go further. We have set the task that each activity, whatever we organize, has included the young people with special needs or any, let's say, discriminated young group, and that at least 20% of our participants will be from this specific group, because it's important that these young people feel themselves fully accepted, fully recognized and treated equally. So, and we did this different summer schools, because to be honestly, when you never thought about them, how they feel, you never understand them. My question is for you, all of you. Have you ever sit on a wheelchair? Have you ever sit on a wheelchair? Please raise the hand, or please stand up if you have sitting on a wheelchair. Thank you very much. Please stand up if you ever tried at the blind glasses. So you know the blind people. There's a different blindness. You could be fully without visioning. So you could. There is a different percentage. So to feel them, you need to be in the conditions, or at least somehow, right? Because you never will be understanding the person whose disability is he could not walk, or he has some problem with mental health and etc. So you need to become this person. After that, you fully will understand who and how he lives. So we basically, one of our members of our society really changed his mind, because he was, let's say, so-called normal. We call it normal, right? But to be honestly, it's the question of the time. Sometimes it happens, and you change fully your life. And we integrated this program, and to be honestly, during the 5 years, its beginning was very difficult for our team. We never worked with people with blind people with disabilities to walk. Just even 100 meters, we was doing 20 minutes to walk with these people. But the point is, these people, after the participation in the summer camps, working with young people, different one, they both get closer to each other. And that's unique opportunity for both of them to understand, first, how to be a person with special need, and second, how those who doesn't have any challenges could really understand and sympathize. Empathy could be expressed, and support provided for those who are in need. So this is very important program until now. The 5th anniversary, let's say this first anniversary event, will be very soon, and we're really looking forward to have more young people will be engaged. And we even see that this program brought us a new angle of working. So basically, participation is very important, and working as a multiplier. It's this kind of word, multiplier, so that you could not only work at your own community level, but also engage other participants, other actors, that they will be multiplying the effect of working together. Fighting at all levels with the stereotypes, discrimination, etc., starting from the personal level, but also working on the different levels, at the community, at the state, and the same it relates with the youth advocacy issue. So there's a plenty of different organizations, people with disabilities, people with sclerosis, sickness, and etc., but working together in the different networks, communities, that's changed the politics. But the politicians have to know your problem. If you don't raise your voice, if you are silent, no one will be listening to you. So no one behind. That was one of the logos of the United Nations. If you remember, just recently they was celebrating 75th anniversary, and one of the programs was no one behind. Provide necessary support that each person feels them comfortable and replies to his or her needs, correct needs. Because the differences is plenty. Because if we work just only with yes, this is the measure which we want to do, and that's it. But if this person does fit in this need, in this measure, where he or she will go, right? So we need to support these people. We have discussed just recently with our Finnish colleagues, if young children who are in the families are, let's say, discriminated by their parents. because parents are drinking or they're using alcohol, drugs. What these children, to be honestly, have to do, or gender-based violence, for example, in the family, and etc., etc. So these children and young people need to be supported. It's great if young person could realize and understand that he needs to be independent, and that's the way the good question was raised by Ambassador. When we understand that this person is independent, he can move, or she can move forward. What's the line? From my perspective, we need support that each person will become an independent not by only like financially, but also by things he or she is doing, and run own active social life. Active social life, that means you're able to participate, not only, yes, I'm participating in events and that's fine, but also to raise the questions that you see this is unfair, etc., etc. Because when we talk about Nordics, we talk about values, right? We talk about social welfare system. We talk about unity and solidarity. And all these questions which young people are raising in different organizations need to be structuralized and set as recommendations for the politicians. And of course, there's no simple answer for each problem, right? But to fix it, it will be only on your side, guys, okay? So is there any questions or comments? Yes, please. Very great. Yes.
I was wondering why you used the word dependence, not independence a lot, as like a main goal for people, because I believe nobody's really independent, no matter how you feel or look at it. You're part of society, and you can't be truly independent. So I kind of think it's a wrong way to look at it. It's more like interdependence. It's a bit hard to like formulate, but yeah, I was just wondering why the independent was like the concept of choosing.
Mm-hmm. So maybe I will just explain you what I was meaning, or the discussion was. To be independent, it's not really like, look, real, I'm myself and no one, I don't care. No, to be independent, it's to be able to cook yourself.
Okay.
To be independent, it's you know how to do with your money and to your own finances. To be independent, it's not rely on the parents that they will come. Someday they will not come, but unfortunately, and you need to live your own way, right? So there's two options: whether you will be continuing your life, children or etc. It's up to everyone. It's up to you, whatever your future life will be, right? But you could do yourself, because it's important that not to rely only on the parents, friends, the community, but also to be a contributor to the society. There's a very great expression was, don't ask from the state what they have to do. Ask yourself what you could do to the community or society or the state. So it's not the really independence, what you mean. So independent to be able to contribute by your own. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is okay?
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks. Yeah, Paul, yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to comment on what you said at the end there, if I remember it now. But talking about youth engagement in organizations and the need for politicians to listen to that. And I would say I don't know exactly how organizational life is organized in other Nordic countries and also Estonia. But in Norway, for example, most youth organizations are part of a larger organization, right? They're mother organization, and do most of their lobbying up towards them, so that push our larger organizations in a more youthful direction. Every party has a youth party and such, and we have in Jeff Norway, we actually just a couple weeks ago voted to officially become part of like the Norwegian European movement for older people as well, right? So we all do lobby for that in that sense, and I think that's the main way that young people can easily be heard in different aspects, and also to change politics, if that's what young people want, is to join any type of organization and work towards moving the organizations or the political parties in a direction that youth wants, because these parties are who represents the nation in parliaments and in city councils and everything. So that's where politics are formed, and that's where we have to do and so that's where we can get the most influence, I would say, is if we stand together with other young people who we share different issues with.
Thank you. Yes, Julia?
I really want to congratulate you because you questioned the concept. And that's exactly what we want from the youth generation, to develop this critical thinking and question the concepts. I understand your explanation, Vasily, about independency. But we should, because this is the beauty. We are different generations. We are coming with different life perspectives and overviews. But the reason we are all here now is for the youth and the way they can furthermore develop the things. So, yeah, it's a very good question. Should we continue from this perspective of promoting independency, or what does the inclusion process actually means in today? In the youth generation overview and concept. So thank you so much.
Thank you. That's very great comment, to be honestly. And that's what we want to develop the skills of 21st century. This is a critical thinking, digital media, and etc., etc. Because if you just listen, this is a one-way road. But with your questioning, if you don't trust, you always know. It's very good, but I'm gonna ask. That's what you always have to do. Better to ask, right, than just to be silent. And thank you for that. The influence, it's important for politicians to see the influence of young people. And believe me, they're really scared of you. Because you are the future power, you will change the next generation. Give an example. In Egypt, one of the countries, different system and so on. The population of the Egypt young youth is 25%. So it's 1/4 of the country. It's young people. It's a lot. It's really a lot. And if they will start voting, actively participate in society, the system or the picture will be totally different. Because when you go on elections, you see what? Mostly participating who? The elder generation, and the politics are trying to tackle them, and the middle age. Young people starting right now to be real power. And to be honest, when I was young, I was really thinking, should we create a youth political party? Just the youth? So to targeting our interest and so on. On that time, of course, I didn't really understand how the politics works, etc., etc. But there is still a chance if you have a real power. It's not only connected only for youth, but the questions of youth are valuable. They are very diverse. The same challenges, right? To get education, to get a job, not to be, let's say, discriminated, etc. So it's very important to push the politicians but when you are making decision making, when you are doing your business, to be honest, like any business, and working with decision makers in a co-management approach. I call it co-management approach, which this is the concept of the Council of Europe, which was developed 20 years ago, where young people and like decision makers see each other as equal partners. That means you have responsibility, and I see you as an equal, reliable partner, and I have responsibility to support you, to treat you equally. And I think this is what we have to achieve in the future. Last comment or question? Yes.
Very quickly, I just wanted to make a couple of comments and maybe share with you an idea. The comments is, the first one is to continue with what you just said, Vasily. You gave the example of Egypt and you said 25% of the population is youth. Just imagine other countries where 70% of the population is under 30. So just what you explained in terms of change in the reality of the country, just imagine when you're talking about 70%. So it's a totally different country. The second comment that I wanted to make is related to what you just said, and I think it's a grand idea. Because working with political parties, it's a win-win situation. The political party, when they have those youth organizations with them, it doesn't matter. They count you as votes. It doesn't matter. But you use them as instrument to get your ideas and your opinion across. It's a win-win situation. So it's fine. I mean, as long as you can get your ideas across. The idea that I wanted to share with you is something that we did. It was a project that we ran for about 4 years, when in my previous capacity as executive director of the Anna Lindh Foundation. And the project, you maybe have heard of it, it started as Young Arab Voices, and then it became Young Mediterranean Voices. And the idea is to get youth to debate. And we choose a theme. Let's say we talk about I don't know, any kind of theme. Let's say equal rights for whatever. And then we choose, or we ask organization to send some representatives. And we ask each person to give us his or her opinion on the theme, of course, in a very discreet way. Those in favor of the idea, we will put them in a group where they will have to defend the opposite, that they will be against the idea, and vice versa. The idea is to get people to really get the tool and the technique of debating. And you can acquire that when you are arguing in favor of something you disagree with. So that gives you more in terms of stimulation to think about what to say, how to argue, how to defend the opinion. And that program, as I said, ran for about 4 years. Unfortunately, due to lack of funding, the program was just abandoned. But it was really a very, very successful program. In those 4 years, we reached about close to 50,000 youth who, in a way or another, participated in this program. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. So, last comments, guys? The questions? Okay. So, to summarize the session which we had right now, participation of young people and of vulnerable groups in decision-making process, it's important. Especially when we talk about overcoming the existing barriers, it's important. The methods which we use, it's one option, but acting and also thinking. It's a second important question. So thank you very much. I'm looking forward for our inclusive society when each person feel himself or herself valuable, acceptable, and comfortable. So safe space is guaranteed. Thank you very much, guys, and have a nice lunch time.
Yes, and concerning the lunch, there are chicken wraps for everyone, 1 or 2 for each. There are some vegetarian wraps as well, 3 of them. And there is without salt for you, which is over there, and water and coffee and tea and things like that. We will start again here in 1 hour, so 2:15. But for those of you who wish to see more of the cultural school, I will be outside here in 45 minutes. So at 2 o'clock, we can have a short tour if you want to see the rest of the cultural school. But we start again here in 1 hour. Yes, please enjoy.
So guys, I hope you had a great lunch and a short walk around the school, right? Was it quite interesting? Yes. Now we are in our third part of the conference, and I want to inform you that we will have now not talking, of course talking, but working. There is a part which is will be about working groups, and if you go down at agenda, so as I said to you in the beginning, we'll have a child and youth participation strategies during the crisis and recommendation for decision makers in Nordic and Baltic. We will split in the three groups, 4 groups, if you're okay, and we'll read the document, and you will have overview about that and propose, agree or disagree with the content which is provided in this document. So basically, this document was composed by the researchers, professors, leaders of young or youth organizations, civil society, and the governmental institutions, and there was requested how we have to deal after the crises. So after the COVID, if you remember, should we change our methods and to work with young people, right? Because everything was digital, I'm sure, right? The participation was digital, education was digital, even marketing was mostly digital. We went this way. So here's the proposal for you guys. During an hour, we have an hour to read these documents, propose your ideas or something which is missing there. The recommendation for the Nordic Council in terms of youth participation during the crises, in the youth work, in the education, in the leisure time, in the employment issues, in the decision-making process, etc., etc., etc. You could go also to download the whole document, because we didn't print the full one. It's 89 pages. You could just describe, just to read the abstract. And on the webpage, youthadvocacy.eu/agenda, you could put the link, touch the link, and the document will be opening for you. Okay? So, recommendations at the end, and comments supposed to be coming from your side after the working group will be done. Feel free to split yourself, and yeah, but I think they're all different countries. Let's. Are you okay to be 3 groups? 4 groups. You want to be 4 groups? No, that's not so many. Okay. What I will say, if you will be 1 group, first and second table. Okay, Leon. This is like 1 group. That will be the second group. 2 tables, and we will be the 3rd group. Okay. Feel free work outside. It's up to you. The most important result. Okay? Or here. It's not a problem for us. Just the main results. It's that you will propose your recommendations after reading this document and proposing changes, adjustments, and agreement or disagreement with the proposed recommendations made by young institutions, etc. Okay, so 1 hour, 4 working groups, and then we will come up with results, and then we'll move to the town hall, where we'll be continuing discussions, conducting debates with the government representatives. So we will meet here right now at, wait a second, at 3:45 latest, okay? 3:45, we are here all back. 1 hour. Let's start.
Okay, please, leader of 1 groups, please to come to me. I get materials. Okay. This is document.
Paper, yes, if you want paper, it's here.
Do we get more copies of the report?
Yeah, it's digital. Well, you could use the digital one, and this is the hard copy for you. So you could take the parts, like one divide, for example, paragraph, I'll say just put each part for each person, give a read, and give the feedback. Digital one. So you go on the webpage, youthadvocacy.eu/agenda, agenda, and then you just child and rights. Okay.
This one.
Okay, guys, have you seen the digital one? Digital copy to find out is very easy. You go youthadvocacy.eu/agenda, and you put the child and youth participation. This is a digital link which will lead you to the copy. Super. Артем, сейчас пауза. No, they want to stay, it's fine. Да. There is download online. Полноценный. Ну, почти за ту сторону работает. Там абстракт есть, да. Абстракт. Ну, нет. Я к абстракту. Yeah, guys, so there is on the web page, you go on the web page, youthadvocacy.eu/agenda, that's the agenda of the conference. And you just press the title. So, child and youth participation, you see? And it will be straight away send you to the document. Yeah. And there is the abstract, the summary, and the download online version, which is 89 pages, but there's a plenty of different interesting materials. You don't need to read all of the document beyond it's for researchers and the policy makers. You managed? youthadvocacy.eu/agenda and fix. Super, thank you very much. Yeah, doesn't bust as always say. ready? You put everything on the list? Okay. Good. Very good. Okay, we have still like 5-10 minutes before we go to city hall. We could start from this group, if you don't mind. So, summarize what you've been discussing all together. Put some concrete points, and if there is something to adjust or add, you can mention it. So we'll straight away type it in the computer. Thank you.
Yes, so we're discussing a pretty broad issue. So what we did was we tried to structure the problem and make 3 questions. Sorry, can you hear me? Well, okay. 3 questions that we can try to tackle. One of them was sort of how the government should lead during a crisis. And then how do we engage youth during a crisis? And lastly, how do you get politicians to listen to youth? And I think we can start with the last question. How do you get politicians to listen to youth? We talked about here in Norway, and I think many Nordic countries have youth parties that directly affect party politics in their mother party. So just it's important that they're impactful, that people are actually, they know about them and can join them, and that they're properly funded. We also have youth councils that can directly affect local politics. For example, if a local politician wants to build a soccer field somewhere, football field, they can ask a group of youth, like, hey, would you use this soccer field if we build it here? So that's a way that youth actually can directly impact politicians. How do we engage youth during a crisis? This is kind of hard to answer, but if we think about different organizations, like leisure organizations or youth organizations like the basement, it's important that we can learn from you guys actually, because you're very open, you're inclusive, social, and casual, and you provide this sort of validation for the youth that go there. Also, marketing is good, so social media is where youth are nowadays. And lastly, how should the government lead during crisis? And with regards to youth's opinions, here we think it's very important that we provide a platform for youth's opinions. For instance, earlier we mentioned newspapers. The biggest, most popular newspaper here in Norway has its own section where young people can write opinion pieces about things they care about. I think that's excellent. Furthermore, activities with local governments could be cool. So if politicians actually go out there with these organizations that are working to gather more people and do some sort of unofficial, casual activities and talk to youth, that's what we would like.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we'll move to the biggest table.
Okay, I think I'll just move around. Could you hold this? So it was a lot of text, so we didn't really get down anything concrete. All I have is an outlay of a plan, whereas we we start with a formulation noting that decision makers in the Nordic region was not prepared to protect children's rights when the COVID-19 pandemic hit, and then acknowledging that their right to be heard often was neglected and or recognized too late as a result of the pandemic. We suggest that in every decision-making process, authorities use this checklist to make sure young people's voices get heard. And then there are some points that are similar to the points of page 13 in the report, but they're kind of they're compromised a little, and some are like 2 points in one. So the first point is we suggest that in every decision-making process, authorities use this checklist to make sure young people's voices get heard. And then point 1 is having consultation rounds with youth organizations, youth being taken seriously and their views treated with respect, youth having the chance to hold decision makers accountable for their decisions, that every decision-making process is transparent and being streamed and open for questioning. Like if you in a municipality are planning to build something, that meeting gets streamed, and then you can like write online that maybe that's not a good thing to do. I don't know. In addition, we emphasize that the importance of preventing children's trauma in situations which includes much isolation, like the pandemic, by engaging and including youth in projects like mentorships, extra projects, open doors projects which the schools has with the social workers being open for the parents and the students to come and talk about problems, and other student projects so that the students can be social together. Additionally, we suggest that every decision-making institution is bound by the law to report on how the decision will affect children and young peoples, and that's pretty much it.
So, we start from the point that government needs to... our first point is that government needs to cooperate with businesses and civil societies. Also, if we're taking more people, more institutes, it's suitable for more and more people. Prepare for crisis while there's no crisis. It's really clear because all of us cannot know where it happens and when it happens. Next point, volunteer list and training skills for those who don't have any skills, and young representative, at least one per group. So make your own emergency plan. Don't wait for the government, because if you're planning on your own, you just set up your plan and you know what you should do. Because for the government, you just in any decision you can make too many times for it. So this time bound is really needed for this point. An alternative solution needs to be developed and discussed. So as right in this topic, where children, I think it was in Iceland, choose between education in COVID time, where to communicate with them, with Zoom or Discord. And the children just propose that idea that they can use Discord with a better sound quality. And so, cheers, think about it and compose that is a good solution to examine the problem from the different angle. That this one to being used by students and is more suitable. identify the expert in each field of crisis is one of the most important, because if we're talking about it, about the roads, so if it just the same problem from year to year, and probably you need to identify the experts from other countries with the same problem who already get rid of that problem, and government needs to have a list of volunteers and experts in those fields. And one very much for school system, each institute should prepare for work in distance, internet skills, and computer. It means that maybe today's is really nice to get that 1 day a month when all schools and institute will be teaching in digital, like in a COVID time, just to being prepared for another situation, not to just to forget about all of that, and to provide internet or computer from the school, because not everybody can afford it. Better consultation process with non-formal groups, community groups, and leaderships are more financial resources for social activities and training in emergency situations.
Last 1 minute, my last 2 minutes. Герман, возьми там красные эти, за компьютером, красные эти, раздай. Okay, last question, personal one, and you put the notes on the wall. The question is following: I have a dream to, and write what you have a dream. I have a dream for. It's up to you, 2 or 4, and etc. I have a dream. You know who has a dream, right? And I have to remind you. So put your dream on. It could be real, it could be not. It's up to you guys. I have a dream to be on the Mars someday. And you have for that only 20 seconds. Ты вчера спал, не мог. Мало спал. Как мало спал? Мы такие старые с тобой. I have a dream, please. У тебя есть мечта. Что? Что ты хочешь? Я хочу славить. Это не надо писать. Это моя dream. It's my dream. Повторять нельзя. Напиши только серьезно что-нибудь такое. I have a dream to Надеем Масидор. Авторит пошел. Окей. Ten minutes to go. Okay, how you doing, guys? Was it interesting? Somehow. Well, at least it's a quite interesting experience to have a practitioner in front of you and to ask many questions. Of course, politicians will never tell you ever all. That's why. That's their job. They do the things. But most of the things which he has mentioned is real practical. In our country, young people from 16, they can vote. For example, I'm sure. What about Norway? In the local council? No? 16 years old, young people. Can you vote? Not in your commune, right? Not yet. So we still have time to improve it. Sweden? 18. Finland? Okay, it looks like Estonians are crazy. Yeah, but the point is, I just telling you why we can vote, for example. That was 8 years ago, a big debate in our country. Whether are young people eligible? Are they enough skilled and knowledge to vote at 16? Because 16, like for majority of the population that time was like, what? They're not really capable, but there was a big campaign, and also researchers has been mentioned that demography in our country is not good. And to find the voters, because who is going to vote, right? And the politicians agreed that we need to implement a new strategy of engaging young people in the decision-making process. So there was a big lobby, the advocacy campaign, of changing that, of changing the mindset of the people. And with the National Youth Council, with the support of National Youth Council and the majority of youth political representations, as each party has a youth, let's say, wing. The first step was done, and we implemented that 16 years old young people could have a right for vote. We implemented first time, and the statistics after the elections has shown that young people have made success. They are quite active on that time. Of course, there are some challenges. We're not everywhere in my country, in Estonia, we're actively participating. Still in the rural areas, that's the place where we need to work. But majority was really interested. So I'm sure there's a way to go in your countries to apply that. And now we are still thinking about how should we implement that also on the state parliament elections. Because not only Estonia now have 16 plus, right, of vote, but also Austria, as I remember, Netherlands. So basically, you could be in the club, and who knows, maybe in 10 years, we already could vote in the parliament elections, because the needs are different. Now I would like to give an opportunity to Maria to say some few words about tomorrow and feedback. You love to use the iPhones, I'm sure. So you just go on your phone and please scan in a second QR code and just very shortly, briefly reply on feedback. How about today? Was it good? Was it enough? I'm sure it was not enough practical activities outside. We will improve it. We will definitely do the energizers tomorrow. So I hope you now see. And the agenda for tomorrow is following. That we meet tomorrow here again at 10 o'clock. We have a practical panel discussion. What course are the Nordic and Nordic and Baltic youth sector taking? So we'll look at the future. Yeah, but before that, Morten has told me, yes, that we will have very interesting part, which is young people, the same as you. So they will give you the practical experience what they are facing right now. You can ask them any questions. Maybe you are part of the Youth Council at your city, so to exchange the experience, it could be a very great time. And also to discuss maybe common projects, common activities you could do together. Why not? After that, we have short workshop session, and then we go for a great activity, which Morten could say more about that. Maria.
So there will be a lunch tomorrow at around, well, as you've seen from the schedule today, I don't know, 1:15 or something. It says that in the schedule. And then this workshop and group work. And then we have to go from here to see the parade at around 3:30, 15:30. It's approximately the same walk as we had now to the town hall, but it's in the other direction. And the parade consists of more than 3,000 children and young people in 34 different stations. So, and they start to walk from the other side of the river at 3:30, and then they have to walk over a bridge down there. And if we are there, we should be at around 3:45, and we will see at around 30, 35, 40 minutes of the parade. Perhaps it will be finished in that time, and then back here. So that's the plan. So 3:30, we all have to go from here.
Thank you, Morten. After that, we come back here to finalize our youth advocacy statement, to finalize our proposals, recommendations, which you have made today. So we will wrap up them together, put it in the correct language so that we could present it and to confirm, and on behalf of all of us, the final version of the recommendations. And also, we will develop together a collaboration projects. To be honestly, if your project will be very interesting and you're really dedicated to implement this, we could apply together and present it by August, end of August, to the Nordic Council and get funded. Feel free to be active in that part of the program, because it's real. It's 50 grand plus co-funding. So it could be real fun to have some new interesting ideas, new versions of problems which you want to solve out in your commune, and just to have real fun all together. And by the end, we will present you the web page with plenty of different materials which you can use from the previous events, and the toolkit, which we're gonna publish very soon. And by the time we will also discuss what's the plans for the future, what we could do in another programs which we run currently, where you can take part if you want to. Okay, so thank you very much for today. It was a pleasure to have a very fruitful day to you. Do you feel the same? If you feel the same, let's do this way. Just shout out and make a noise. 1, 2, 3. I don't really see that you're enjoying today. Can we have a more louder voice? 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, guys. See you later. See you tomorrow. Thank you.